This ain't what you like. This ain't what you want. Roger. That nigga said, I don't care, nigga. I do rain.
Your daily labors have not escaped my attention. You are a great asset to Nintendo. Ours is the only remaining sentiment here in Azumarill, once known for its fierce bandit
Oh, hell no.
who prevailed during the rule of Tsushima.
Wait. Ain't that the other Gundam?
The region fell under.
Are you talking about the multiplayer Gundam, the 5v5? Yeah, I was saying hell no to that. Nigga, we got absolutely dogged, even though it was a free game.
But arts and crafts made from one of the materials are so highly prized in the capital. But few we need these days. Until your arrival, we had no hunters left capable of dealing with Kemono as fearsome as King Tusk. Thanks to you, I sense the spirit of the town starting to revive. I am extremely grateful. Arigato.
Arigato.
Speaking of the spirit of the town, you will have seen the windmill-like structure at the heart of Nato.
How far did you get in Wild Hearts?
I know nothing of the workings of Karaku. So I have no idea how it could be made to turn again as I believe it once did.
Oh, damn.
But it is my earnest wish to see it too.
So you just been hunting?
One day revive.
Having fun, huh?
Proudly and purposefully of the town. People prosper in the streets below. Only my humble stewardship allow me some small degree of influence. Forgive me. I digress.
I'm not gonna lie, this is the only game that I had, like, true ambitions to play.
With your skills at our disposal.
That's like new coming out.
They will require materials that can only be obtained in Tsunobashi. A glider can be found on Natsukodachi Island. I request that you hunt one. For some time, the hunters here have taken no prey beyond the Harigatsu Way, and the materials are all delivered to Suzerain for his studies. You may reach the isle by boat. Speak with the head of the Guild of Fishermen, Sumori Nobumitsu. I do apologize for asking so much of you.
Golly, bro, nigga, Chinese names. I be like, I understand this day culture, but they be saying everything fast. That nigga name is Samiya Giku. Like, nigga, what? Arigato. Like, bro, that's just to say thank you. Nigga, Arigato, and it's all put together. Nigga, this ain't no, you gotta say 3 lines. No, it's all one word. Over here. Alright. Looks like it's time to ship out at last. You took your time. Nearly not at all. What'd you like? Especially with this beautiful weather. So how are you? I'm not much. I kind of wanted to check this game out, but at the same time, I didn't know what it was all about. The game you playing? I'm over here streaming Wild Hearts on YouTube, because Twitch. Every time I stream on Twitch for my PlayStation, it just messed up. Right? I don't know what's going on. But I don't know exactly for you. Days gone by, hunters had cutlery that helped them find their prey. Without something like that, you'll just have to trawl around for it the old-fashioned. And hope you don't get something you can't handle. I don't know. Maybe you're ready for it. But it wouldn't hurt to check over your weapons and armor before we leave.
if you're worried. Oh, yeah, one other thing. You know the Guild of Fishermen handles everything to do with shipping? Trade as well as fishing. Well, we quite often run into trouble that could use a good hunter like yourself. So if you're ever short of work, just give me a shout. Of course we would reward you for your efforts.
But of course you would, nigga. Everything ain't free.
I've developed a new piece of equipment. By studying your equipment, stronger and sharper. That's what you're looking for, I imagine.
I'll feel it. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Once you start playing Wild Hearts, nigga, it's gonna be. And plus, like, I love the main thing. The main thing. Who you telling, nigga? Once I get a squad in here, like, nigga, with fucking Ragnarok, and y'all niggas, as y'all start playing, it's over. I'm gonna be on this hoe. I'm using the katana until I get my dual blades. Shoot, what you telling? Nigga, the sword was made to be a killer. Okay. He said, hold up, wait a minute. Something ain't right. Yes. I'll just keep my sword. Yes.
I think that's... Can't unfortunately like the equipment that affords you protection, can you?
Oh my god. That looks so good. This guy was saying, fuck that tricks. I know. Yeah, but people already having trouble doing that, man. I'd rather take what I can get. Because you get a full Gundam, and you can still have some that's trash. Okay, that answered a big question I had about the game. Can you swim?
You said you were getting those spine glider materials. You wanna know what's still to do? Here's the list.
Bro, we can't swim.
Right. Let's catch up again soon.
Head to the springs. Okay, what the fuck? Who you telling? I'm about to be like, alright then. Cause I don't know what the f just happened. Cause I don't really care. I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here. There we go. Cause I don't know what the f just happened. Cause but I don't really care. Cause I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. She hates school now. I already knew it was over for me. Increase my little homie's defenses. Yeah. I can't look like that. Turn on. Bend, bend, bend. I'm over here just gathering, exploring the world. Kill a turtle. I think I should. Yeah. I'm on the way. Bro, what is this? Watch out! Okay, yeah, that's gay. Because that's gay. Why are you gay? Go ahead and tell him, Excalibur. Why are you gay? Oh, this bird. I couldn't make it in time. This bird is just off the wall and everywhere. Golly. And there's a new animal over here. I'm not with that bird right now. It wasn't even an animal I was supposed to go after. That's dumb. Level 2. I got hit by that. on your head. Oh my god, this girl with the tail little thing. No, I'm not talking about her. Alright, Cal. Okay. Shoot, something I wish I could be doing more of. Didn't have nothing but surprise. I mean, not fries. Pork chop. There's one. Oh my god. What the f is that? I'm gonna need to make some grapples too. Nothing. So that's the things I need to find. Oh my god. Oh no, that ain't gay at all. And dodge! Talking about you think we lost. Nigga, I am dying. There is no type of iframes in this game, and that is good. But God, leave you, nigga. Where's the dodge? No, I know it's circle. I'm saying like where into dodge, as in terms of even as I push circle, I still gonna get you hit. Yeah, but you can't do that when your weapon is sheathed. Just had it. That'd be useful. Last man. Pick this up. I'm on my last life. Yes. So 3 equals hammer. It's almost dead. I will not die again. You flying bastard. trying to save the bar. Yeah. Yeah.
When you going shopping?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's so good. He's one of a kind. Still got me. He got me a Sam. Like, nigga, your moves don't make no sense. I just want to say that. Nigga, you are spinning in mid-air. How is you able to turn on an angle like that, bruh? And I might be dead. What's up, nigga? Oh my god. I'm really running out of heals. Finally, God, leave. This game is like one of them games where you like, oh yeah, nah, you can't go to the second board, bro, or you gonna die. bro, cause bro, this nigga attacks is absolutely gay. We ain't done whooping your ass. You thought you were the GOAT? Nah, you are a pussy. Golly, nigga. Even a Monster Hunter World, nigga, they at least give you a little bit of forgiveness. It's a Dark Souls thing right here. Racist as hell. What? that bird was whooping me, bro. And I thought that was the main target. It wasn't even the main target. Bro, that bird was like, you a bitch. To my face, and that's crazy. Nigga, cause you can't sprint dodge while while your blade is in your hand. Bruh. You a bitch. No. Honestly, bro, that's how you gonna be running in this game. You a bitch. Oh, what do you say? What do you say? What did he say there? That's good. Nigga, hope and weave. Dodge and weave. You better hope. Hey, so this another campsite? Shoot, not in this game. Nigga, I call cap on that. Cap, nothing but cap. Bro, I'm on the wrong fucking island, I think.
Whoa! Someone's had a good hunt. Any materials you collected? Take them straight to Sudan Sensei, would you?
You looked at Tsunobashiri first, did you? Those spine You're clearly well able to stand on them.
Dirty Kirby!
How are you holding up? No,
No boy!
Excuse me, y'all. That's an empty space in my room.
That's good to hear. You must tell me at once if you notice anything out of the ordinary.
Is there what in your room? What's that?
It's a portrait, guys, in my room.
Oh?
Seed is a very old country. The crystallization of which is amassed by the ancient hunters. It will make a deep physiological and mental.
Damn
It
fool.
allows its host to conjure and control concrete. To influence the key that flows through the entire natural world. In fact, until now, I
Call you in the morning.
it was a fairy tale. I certainly never
Yeah.
imagined that I'd see it with
Father.
my eyes.
I don't know.
Don't call you in the morning.
Side effects?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are certainly pitfalls. Firstly, I don't believe you can manipulate Kaku wherever and whenever you like. You've experienced that already, of course. You haven't been able to make use of karakuri here in Minato, for example, have you? Secondly, although the seed is said to contain the ingredients for a plethora of karakuri, it would appear you can't conjure them all whenever you like. I imagine there has to be some sort of trigger to stimulate the requisite memory. Given that it's a hunter's device, it seems reasonable to assume that those triggers will occur in the course of hunting activities.
And thirdly, I dare say this is the most pertinent of the pitfalls from your perspective. The seed is deeply embedded in your heart. So deeply that one can no longer function without the other. What I'm trying to say is that if that tiny karakuri were to break, you would die. Now, it's not especially fragile, so there's no need to panic, but still, I would treat it with due care.
Good.
Yes. Before you go, there's one last thing.
There's a small task I'd like you to undertake. Or rather, the town elders have decided it should be done. It may even result in the first pitfall that I mentioned before being rendered moot. I think it would be quicker to show you rather than trying to explain further. Would you accompany me to the Spirit
Isle?
We can leave whenever you're ready. And Natsume will be coming along too.
So a trip to the island.
Boat trip. Unavoidable, I suppose. Oh, sorry. I'm talking to myself. As soon as you're ready, we'll set off together.
One, two, three, banana. Well, I got some stuff to do with Pops tomorrow, so whatever you want to say, you can say it tonight, babes. I'm free up for probably a couple more minutes.
I forgot how much I hate boats.
Are you alright, Sensei? You did say you'd explain what was
Sensei!
right?
I'll be fine. So, there's
I gotta keep up with my stories now.
where the natural flow of ki has stagnated. I need you to clear the blockage. I think
battle every day.
you said you tried it before, didn't you? In the Nanohana field along the old Blossom Trail.
I'd like you to do the same thing here. I learned that a particular material is required for the job. And through meticulous research, I've managed to ascertain which kimono to hunt to obtain it.
It's a kimono called Jigokuzaru, or lava back.
Oldest lasting brand. The largest selection of flavors.
Hunters have never been able to match for it.
Your confidence is reassuring, but I don't want you taking any unnecessary risks. If it seems too much for you,
I hear that the lava back lives on the north side. But there are other kimono on the island too. Perhaps hunting some of those first would be a good plan. Then I can make use of them.
let's hope this really does help Minato flourish.
Sorry.
Oh yes, I nearly forgot. I've taken the liberty of adding a rather special karakuri to your gauntlet. I have a matching one, and together they'll allow us to communicate when we're too far away to speak. It'll all become clear once you use it. We'll contact you in a little while.
Master! The twins rushed them in low voices. Sophie knocked the disciple to the ground. These patrolling disciples had all reached the Foundation establishment realm, and Sophie was also on that level. However, she was using the Green Treasure Sword and the Big Dipper Constellation Scroll. Both of them weren't attainable by ordinary disciples. The first chapter of the Big Dipper Constellation Scroll was especially powerful, so it was perfect for knocking people out. Jade and Julia, who were on the roof, were in charge of helping Sophie. Those Foundation establishment realm cultivators couldn't even see the sisters' shadows and were knocked out by Sophie's sword handle. Yes! Noah finally unlocked the last array formation at the top floor of the Scroll Pavilion. He took the book from the shelf and replaced it with a similar-looking book from his storage space. He tore the cover of this rare technique and stuck it onto the replacement book. Then, he put the replacement book in the original spot. When Jacob saw what Noah did, he couldn't help but praise him. Just from the appearance on the shelf, nothing seemed off. There were at least 1,000 books in the Scroll Pavilion. If no array formations were triggered, the Sky Mountain sect couldn't check each and every one. Noah returned to Jacob following the original path. Let's go. Jacob pulled Noah with him and jumped out through the roof. They put back the tiles to their original spot and saw 5 disciples of the Sky Mountain sect lying on the ground at the back of the Scroll Pavilion. Sophie was standing there with both hands on the sword, was breathing heavily. We got it. Let's go. Jacob stepped on a sword energy and flew out from the small opening in the ray formations. Noah took back the black and white chess pieces that were set at the back of the Scroll Pavilion. The small opening slowly disappeared. Seeing Sophie standing frozen in her spot, Jacob dragged her from her arm and ran straight into the forest. Noah stepped on his black disc and escaped rapidly. Of course, Jade and Julia weren't slow. They flew past the back mountain of the Sky Mountain sect rapidly, following their original way back. Axel, the level 6 Snowline, that was the guardian of the Sky Mountain sect, suddenly woke up. Its roar shook the back mountain and the thousands of buildings on it. The Sky Mountain sect's cultivators that were training were all shot. Axel was the guardian spirit beast and was also the pet of the Sky Mountain sect's most powerful cultivator. That man reached the peak Nascent Soul Realm and had not come out of seclusion cultivation for 100 years. Since he was charging at the Soul Formation Realm, his spirit beast guarded him patiently. Whatever happened in the Sky Mountain sect before hadn't disturbed this spirit beast, but Axel was suddenly infuriated now. A thick black light shot straight out from the back mountain. A black line that was big as half a mountain stopped in front of him, and its head was held up high, as if it were going to swallow the moon and stars. Noah let out a powerful aura. The level 6 snow lion was suddenly suppressed. Noah led Jacob in the group and passed him, and they flew out from the small opening in the Grand Defense Array formation. The Sky Mountain sect was a total mess at this moment. Everyone, from the sect master to the elders to the disciples, were all confused. This night was meant to be sleepless in the Sky Mountain sect. Jacob and his group flew back to 5th Heaven and returned to the ethereal summit with the speed of light. Kathy was cultivating in her cave and was extremely worried. When she sensed that they had returned, she rushed out. She looked up and saw them land. She then stared at the thick, rare technique scroll that Noah had in his hands. This is? Kathy was a bit confused. This rare technique didn't have a cover, and it had dense, ancient writing on it. The method of growing the core lotus, Jacob said. When she heard him saying those words, Kathy's face lit up. You really got it? Yeah. Jacob took out the 3 lotus seeds from his necklace and handed them to Kathy. I'll leave them to you. Okay, she nodded. Sophie put her green sword back and touched her waist. Then she yelled out in surprise. What? What is it? Jacob quickly asked her with more. Nothing, it's okay. Sophie shook her head and quickly jumped into her cave. At this time, she realized how strong the Big Dipper Constellation Scroll really was. Even the disciples of the Sky Mountain sect who were at the same Foundation establishment realm as her couldn't stand one of her strikes. This also made her more enthusiastic about cultivating the Big Dipper Constellation Scroll. Master, we're going to take a rest. Jade dragged Julia with her, and they flew back to their cave. Noah, thanks so much for everything this time, Jacob said to Noah as the twins left. I'm only doing this because of Grandma. Noah suddenly became arrogant again and went into the elixir making room. Jacob wasn't bothered by this. Noah's attitude made him hard to approach, but he was willing to become another of Jacob's grandma's grandson. That was why he had some brotherhood with Jacob. Otherwise, he would have gone through all the trouble. After Noah went to the elixir making room, only Jacob and Kathy were left standing there. Did you read the scroll that Irene gave you? Jacob tried to initiate a conversation. Yeah, I've read it all once and understood most of it. Kathy slightly nodded and put the rare technique and lotus seeds in her storage space. Right at that moment, Alina was holding her head in shock in front of her father. How dare you? You've become bolder, the man who was in a long gray robe said. He looked very scary at this moment. Dad, I'm telling the truth. Alina rubbed her head, which was still hurting, and said, looking very honest, there are 5 of them. 3 are female cultivators. I've seen one of them before. She's the one who impersonated me and robbed people on Fifth Heaven. There was another one who looked like a kid. The last one was a guy who used sword energies and trespassed the White Sand sect on Fifth Heaven. Oh, there was also a black snow line. Impersonate you. Black snow line. The last time you told me that it was a white snow line. This time it's black. The man roared with anger, and he stood up rapidly from his chair. It might be that it was dark, and I couldn't see clearly, Alina murmured. You can turn white into black. You're just making things up. The man slapped the table with his hands. What is this? Alina saw that those were the gems that belonged to her. She reached over to her waist and realized that the gems that were supposed to be with her had disappeared. There's sufficient evidence. These were found behind the scroll pavilion by Elder Finn and his disciples. You even heard 5 disciples, and you want to blame other people for it. The man shouted loud when he saw how innocent Alina looked. Dad, I really didn't do it. Alina kept shaking her head. She thought for a moment and asked, Dad, do you think that those thieves stole some rare technique from our scroll pavilion? Stop the nonsense. 6 elders checked the scroll pavilion's array formations and rare techniques. No unusual signs were discovered. Even now, you're still making stories up to lie to me. The array formations of our Sky Mount says can't be unlocked that easily. The man stomped his feet heavily, and a stone tile shattered into 5 pieces. Alina's eyes brightened up as she said, Dad, didn't you say that a few years ago the Sky Mountain sect had a thief who came and stole from us once? There was a kid among those people this time. Stop lying. That kid thief only works alone. Also, none of the spiritual herbs are missing. You're still just making up stories. Elder Finn and his disciples said they were hidden in the dark by the green treasure sword, and the person who hid them used the Big Dipper consolation scroll. If it weren't you, who else could it be? Also, your nonsense had woken up Grandmaster Snowline, Axel. It didn't attack you because it recognized that you were a disciple of the Sky Mountain. What else could you say now? I thought that you would reflect on yourself in the back mountain honestly, so I didn't set up array formations to prevent you from coming out. However, I never thought that you would be this daring. Go back and reflect for 1 month longer. I'll set an array formation this time so that you won't be able to even take a step out of them. The man let out a roar. He was impatient and flung his arm, blowing Alina directly inside. Kids, breakfast is ready.
Oh my god!
From the rooms down.
This nigga, bruh. I might need to do some more hunts. What's up? Yeah, YouTube. Talking about, yeah, Twitch not working for me either. I don't know what's going on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, every time I go on PlayStation, literally my emblem on my game. It was on there first. I just decided to edit it and put it on here. I gotta hunt some things before I even begin to kill that nigga. I know. Did you search up my name? It's got a space this time. All black 21, all space black 213. Found it. All black. All space black 213. He's like, fuck that trick. Yeah, no. You seen some of his gameplay? This guy? Yo, Wild Hearts gameplay. I thought he did. Oh yeah, so he was like, man, I ain't, they fat. What the is that? That's you, Scout? That's if you want to. But that was you? That popped up? Okay. Oh, this fucking bird. Nah, the monkey is who I need to kill. I'm just fighting this fucking bird. The bird that likes to high-five the sky. Oh, that's gay. I wonder. Nah, that's my, that little thing is my little companion. Other things can attack me, though. So. I be trying to use those to get out of the way, but as you saw, that doesn't work. Like, bruh, in mid-air, just change trajectory. See that bush, Excalibur? Like you have to be on it with your LT button, because man, regular dodging is so bad. Keeping it stylish. Oh, that's some motion.
Downstairs and upstairs, Jade, Julia, Kathy, and Sophie came out almost at the same time. In her apron, Grandma couldn't stop smiling. Noah yawned while he walked out of his room with Snowflake following him closely. Jacob walked downstairs from the second floor, wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Come and eat! Grandma led all of them to the table and put the food before them. Thank you, Grandma, Sophie thanked. Grandma smiled and asked, How did you sleep last night? Oh, very good, Grandma, Sophie answered happily. That's good. Grandma nodded with satisfaction. Jacob, you're a young man and must eat more. Okay. Jacob sat at the table and sighed helplessly when he saw the elaborate spread. Snowflake, come, you eat too. Grandma put a small bowl on the floor and put some fruit pieces into the bowl. Snowflake sniffed at it and decided that he didn't want to eat it. This puppy is picky. Grandma patted Snowflake's head lightly. Snowflake, be good, Sophie urged. Reluctantly, Snowflake lowered its head and began to nibble at the apple. When it was halfway through, it found something else besides the apple. It was an essence combination pill. It was a type of elixir pill that was most fitting for spirit beasts, since it could improve the spirit beast's physique and accelerate their growth. Exhilarating, Snowflake's eyes lit up and swallowed the rest of the fruits. It looked up at
Hey, shoot, we might as well be saying the same words.
However, Grandma called out.
Cause God, leave, bro.
Drive the kids to school. Walter and Mila each drove a separate car to the gate of the house.
I be swearing, I be dodging.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Jade and Julia ran over and got in Walter's car before the others. Kathy got into Walter's car as well. Dr. Brown. Sophie jumped into Mila's car. Jacob followed her into the car as well. Stretching, Noah got into Mila's car. Mila brought a new car. 4 members of the family. One car had been sufficient.
Oh, I cannot dodge that
However,
jump.
with the increase of temporary and permanent residents living in their home, one car could no longer meet the needs of the family. They both dropped their respective lots at their schools and college and then drove off to work. The campus road was wet and full of puddles. By the time Jacob reached the classroom, it began to drizzle outside. The students who had just returned from the Dragon Boat Festival holiday were all tired, while the teacher on the platform was discussing the summer for the final exam. After reaching the 4th level, not only Jacob's cultivation strength grew, but his IQ experienced an increase as well. He understood everything the teacher said, while the complicated structures and mechanical parts took shape in his mind quickly. The only sounds in the classroom were the teacher's voice and the scratching sounds on paper as students took notes. Outside, the drizzle washed the dust off the flowers and grass, making the red and green colors more vibrant. Suddenly, he remembered the inspector's token that he had tossed into his necklace. He took it out immediately and attached it to a string on his waist. Come to my office when the class is over. Susan's voice sounded in his head suddenly. Okay, Jacob answered immediately. All the other students and the teacher looked at Jacob, who had spoken suddenly. Nothing. Jacob lowered his head slowly. He was still not used to receiving messages from Susan through the token. How was your trip to 6th Heaven? Susan asked. How did you know that I went to 6th Heaven? Jacob asked in surprise, though this time quietly. Of course, it was convenient to communicate without opening his mouth, but he had a weird feeling as if Susan was living in his head. Do you think the Dragon God Shrine doesn't know everything you do? Susan said coldly. Jacob was surprised that the Dragon God Shrine still knew his whereabouts after he put the token, equivalent to a tracker, into his storage space, which could disconnect nature essence and spiritual senses. It seemed to have nothing to do with the token. The intelligence network of the Dragon God Shrine had spread to places above 5th Heaven, and its ability in collecting information was phenomenal. I just looked around on 6th Heaven. What are you doing? Jacob asked. No matter how powerful the intelligence network was, Jacob thought that it was not able to penetrate the ethereal summit, which meant that the valley on 5th Heaven was absolutely his private territory. I'm cultivating, Susan said. I see. Jacob didn't know what else to say. If it's convenient for you, Susan suddenly sounded hesitant. Can you ask Kathy to make 2 more youth pills for me? You want them for someone? Jacob asked. For myself. They're really effective, Susan answered. Ask Kathy to come with you after class. That's all. She disconnected their communication. Touching the token at his waist, Jacob knew he could call Susan any time, but he couldn't dare to interrupt her cultivation. The teacher was still...
How, bruh?
Jacob got a text message on his phone. You're coming to tutor me tonight, right? It was from Sophie. Jacob rolled his eyes. Now used to her texting him during her class.
Oh no, it's a little,
Must focus in class, Jacob typed. Teachers are boring. You teach better than they do. Sophie replied. I'm busy tonight. I can't go to your place, Jacob replied. What? Why? Sophie messaged back, a lot of question marks at the end. Picturing Sophie's frown in the classroom, Jacob couldn't help but smile while he typed his answer. Don't go up to Fifth Heaven for a few days. Focus on reviewing. I'll come over tonight. Okay, I'll see you, Sophie said back. Jacob turned his head and looked out of the window.
Get out the sky!
Sophie must be seeing a similar scene in her school while she's sitting in her classroom with her mind wandering, Jacob thought. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Before Kathy could leave the classroom, Jacob caught up with her to inform her of Susan's request. Susan asked for you to go to her office with you, Jacob said. Okay, Kathy nodded. I forgot that she planned to go to the library. Jacob was familiar with the way and walked directly to Susan's office door. Come in. Sensing Jacob's arrival, Susan said before he even knocked on the door. Jacob pushed open the door while Kathy stood by his side nervously. Hi, Susan. Kathy saw Susan and greeted her.
Keeping it stylish.
Although she had seen Susan several times outside of college and even watched the boat race yesterday with her, Kathy was still nervous when she saw this cold teacher on campus. Come in, Susan said calmly. Jacob walked in, and Kathy followed him. I'll go to the Red Mountain with you, Susan stared at Jacob and said. Red Mountain? Jacob was baffled.
Ooh.
Susan nodded. I went to the Dragon God Shrine and looked up the core lotus. Turned out that it came from Red Mountain. We may find another lotus there. Jacob suddenly understood that Susan meant to look for another core lotus in Red Mountain, and realized that she left yesterday to look up the origin of the core lotus in the Dragon God Shrine. Susan did things in her own way. However, Jacob didn't expect Susan to spend each second with cultivation and reminded other people's business would help him find information about the core lotus without being asked. At this thought, Jacob looked at Susan and felt a bit touched. Don't be grateful. Helping you is helping myself. After all, the elevation of your realm is beneficial to me. Seeing the appreciation on Jacob's face, Susan said coldly. Her words dampened Jacob's spirits like a basin of cold water. What do you know about the Red Mountain? He adjusted his foot and asked. The Red Mountain is the last territory that human cultivators have along First Heaven and a forbidden place for dragon cultivators. It's equivalent to the Nine Dragon Palace, which is located on Fifth Heaven.
This is for Excalibur!
Jacob begged. We remembered.
Excalibur, watch my final Getsuga Tenchi.
That one.
Yeah, you get a final little slash every time you get a kill. Facts. Nah. Now we ask for too much in Monster Hunter, because there's no way they would have thought about that. What? Yeah! Especially in like medieval times. This is samurai based, nigga. That is like something else.
Which is located on Fifth Heaven, Susan said. Jacob vaguely remembered that when Susan passed by the Red Mountain on her way to the Sky Mountain in the northwest region, she was stopped by some cultivators and was let go due to her identity as an inspector. He didn't know that the Red Mountain was the last territory of the human cultivators on land, instead of the territory of the dragon cultivators. What kind of cultivators are in the Red Mountain? Jacob asked. I don't know the specifics, but it's said that some Soul Formation realm cultivators reside there. If you want to look for Core Lotus, I'll take the risk and go with you. Susan's expression was calm, while her tone was mild. Soul Formation realm cultivator. Jacob thought of Irene, who sent Kenneth, a master flying. Although Susan was at the top tier 8th level, she was no match for a cultivator like that. I'll go with you, Kathy said suddenly. Jacob, who had been in deep thought, turned his gaze towards Kathy while Susan looked toward Kathy's shoulder. Core Lotus. Red Mountain. Jacob was quite tempted. After all, compared with the 3 lotus seeds that required careful nurturing, it would be quite convenient if they could find a mature Core Lotus. However, there were 3 risks. Firstly, there might not be more Core Lotuses. Secondly, the Grand Masters on the Soul Formation realm had unpredictable moods. Thirdly, Red Mountain was the origin of the human cultivation sects, and the dragon cultivators were not allowed to enter. Forget it. Let's not take the risk. After some consideration, Jacob decided against the idea. Just like how the 9 Dragons Palace didn't welcome trespassing human cultivators, the Red Mountain didn't welcome dragon cultivators. Although Susan's cultivation strength was equivalent to a top-tier Ascent Soul Realm cultivator, she couldn't afford to mess with a Soul Formation Realm cultivator. If you say so, we'll postpone it. Susan exhaled lightly and looked at Kathy. Do you have any more youth pills? Yeah, I have some. Kathy immediately took out a small porcelain bottle from her bracelet. Susan took it and found 3 pills in it. With a big smile, she said, just give me 2 pills. It's okay. Take them all, Kathy said without hesitation. With her current elixir-making skills, it wasn't hard for her to make youth pills as long as she got all the necessary materials. Okay. Susan didn't reject it. Putting the bottle into her bracelet, she said in satisfaction, I won't take your pills for nothing. How about this? I'll monitor your cultivation before you reach the Core Formation realm. Susan's realm was equivalent to the top tier in the Ascent Soul realm. Although she didn't know anything about the Essence Cultivation Scroll, her experience could still benefit Kathy. Kathy had been probing along all by herself in cultivation, and was happy to get mentored by Susan, a cultivation maniac. Then, how about me? Jacob immediately leaned over and asked. Susan's face turned cold instantly. Get out. I'm about to tutor Kathy with her cultivation. Jacob lowered his head in powerlessness, and he was pushed out of the door by a huge force pressing on his chest. The next 2 classes passed in the blink of an eye. Since the finals were drawing near, the teachers would give them key points in the last few classes, and Jacob paid more attention to these classes. He could borrow Kathy's notes for the courses he took with her. But for the courses which Kathy hadn't taken, he was on his own. Ryan and the others were no help at all since they were relying on Jacob. Despite skipping classes, Jacob had a sharp memory. After the morning classes, it was lunchtime. Jacob! Julia's clear voice sounded outside the building. Walking out of the building with Ryan and the others, Jacob saw Julia and then Jade a moment later. Then Snowflake shot out from a nearby bush and trotted towards Jacob. Seeing the twins coming over, Ryan and the others were dazed. Snowflake crawled up from Jacob's knee to his arms, and its wet paws left paw prints on his clothes. Hi, Jacob. Jade walked towards Jacob and greeted him. Well, how was your class today? Jacob asked them. Very good. We're in the last preparation stage for the finals, Julia said sweetly. They were 1 year lower than Jacob and had taken the filmmaking major. It was hard for them to meet Jacob on campus if they didn't come over to see him. Let's go. Lunch is on me, Jacob said. Great. Thank you, Jacob. Julia immediately corrected herself, knowing that calling him master in public wasn't acceptable. This is too much. Too much! Following Jacob to the cafeteria, Ryan silently cussed Jacob 100 times. The cafeteria was not crowded, since most students had finished lunch quickly to grab seats in the library or study rooms for the preparation.
Well, Excalibur, what do you think? I don't know what they use for it, so I'm gonna just go ahead and just put those in there. I put this right here so I can just hurry up and get up here, because I was about to do all of that. This was a good spot to put one of them. Two. Cause they say time, yeah. I need materials though, that's the thing. You got that! Dang it! I knew what was happening, but I couldn't cancel the viewing.
Ryan chose a quiet place and took seats while Jacob went to buy food. Ryan was burning with envy, seeing the two beautiful girls waiting for Jacob to buy them food. Looking at Jacob's casual expression, Ryan suspected that he had eaten many meals with the twins. It seemed so careless. Well, many guys here didn't even have the opportunity to get close to these two, Ryan thought. He didn't know just how close the twins were to Jacob. While Jacob carried 3 plates of food over, Ryan, Sam, and the others immediately took seats at the nearby table. It was a rare opportunity for them to look at the famous beauties of the college at such a close range. At this moment, Kathy and Susan came into the site with plates of food in their hands. "Susan!" Jacob waved at her casually. Sam and the others shrunk their necks subconsciously at Jacob's call. Jacob dared to call Professor Susan by her name, and he did it in the cafeteria. To their astonishment, Susan's expression didn't change while she led Kathy to Jacob's table and sat opposite to them. At this sight, Sam and the others gaped so much that their jaws almost dropped. It was strange enough to see Kathy and Susan having lunch together, and more astonishing to see Susan coming to Jacob's table at his call and sitting down with the students. They were stunned. They didn't know that Susan could easily find Jacob's whereabouts on campus, since both of them wore the inspector's tokens. "Kathy told me that you're doing well on Fifth Heaven. Is that so?" Susan asked while eating the salad. "Yeah, Noah built an array formation, and I cut out some caves." Jacob looked up at Susan. "Do you want to visit it?" "Can't go these days. Maybe later." Susan glanced at him. "In a few days, you must go to the Dragon God Shrine with me for formal registration." "Oh, okay," Jacob answered. In the inspector's system, Susan was his guide in secret. Now that he'd become an official inspector, he could enter the interior of the Dragon God Shrine, the huge black building shaped like a square tower. "Kathy, how was the lesson today?" Jacob changed the subject and asked Kathy. "Susan was very detailed with her teaching, and I could probably reach mid-tier Foundation established realm in 1 month with the aid of elixirs," Kathy said. "Why don't you teach me as well?" Jacob complained. "I don't have the energy to teach 2 at the same time." Susan rolled her eyes and stood up with her plate. "I'm done. I'll be going now." After Jacob looked at Susan and turned back his head, he suddenly noticed that all the guys in the cafeteria were looking his way, and some were even swarming over.
Bro, what the heck just killed me? What? I don't know what game we playing, bro. Nigga said smash, I'm done. I know what's in there, nigga. I ain't heard no Cortex. Bandicoot.
Obviously, Susan, who liked to be quiet, didn't appreciate being watched like this. "We'll go to Fifth Heaven later, and I'll help you arrange," Jacob said to Kathy. "Okay." Kathy nodded slightly. Last night, after Jacob acquired the secret technique about the core lotus from the Sky Mountain sect on Sixth Heaven, Kathy spent the entire morning carefully studying this ancient script before they returned home, and she summarized several conditions for growing the core lotus. First, they must have 8 kinds of level 6 spiritual herbs to make the flower fertilizer. The so-called level 6 spiritual herbs are the best materials in nature for making elixir pills, and the 7 color snow lotuses Jacob took to save Kenneth's life were one of them. Secondly, they needed 2 5-elemental cultivators with the same cultivation strengths, preferably top-tier Nascent Soul Realm, to use their vital energy to activate the nature essence in the Lotus Seeds. Thirdly, they needed a complicated array formation to collect the essence from nature and feed it to the seeds of the core lotus. Fourthly, they needed fertilizer, or feces from spirit beasts, preferably snow lions.
I thought I had
and most importantly, they must have
enough
the seeds
material
of
to, you know,
all these
live
conditions
it,
were
but
extremely
apparently
hard
I
to
didn't.
achieve. No wonder the core lotuses had almost become extinct. For example, the first condition of getting 8 kinds of level 6 spiritual herbs to make the flower fertilizer was already tough. In the whole world, there were only 10 kinds of these so-called level 6 spiritual herbs. The most astonishing discovery for Jacob was the miraculous effect of Snowflake's feces. However, on second thought, he understood the prosperity of the 7-color snow lotuses in the Lion Cave at the Sky Mountain on First Heaven. It was probably due to all the snow lions. It seemed like the reason behind Sky Mountain's specialty in raising snow lions was to grow the spiritual herbs for making elixirs. After reading this rare technique, Jacob got a sudden understanding of it all. Snowflake rubbed its head against Jacob's leg, barked. Jacob looked down at it, and suddenly felt like this little creature was quite cute. He tossed a fry at Snowflake, and it barked cheerfully.
Dear listener, we are elated and thrilled with the kind of love you have showered on our story. Thank you for enjoying and loving it.
Aiden groaned and furrowed his brow. Why was the world so small that he was constantly meeting people who hated him? The smiles on Amy's and River's faces also disappeared immediately, especially River. When she saw Steven outside the window, she hid behind Aiden. Steven burst into the office. He said to River, "Hey, beauty, so we meet again." She drew closer to Aiden's back. Steven didn't seem deterred by the response. He said to Aiden, "Good to see you too. You almost destroyed me." Steven felt a dull pain in his hands just remembering what had happened the day before. He'd almost lost his arm and was locked up in the police station all night. For Steven, who had been rich since childhood, it was the first time he had suffered such treatment. So even that day, when his mother had brought him to sign up for the best high school in the city, Steven was still glum. Now, to see Aiden here, of course,
like, bruh, can I heal?
Facing the ferocious
is it a faster way to heal in this game?
Then he smiled at his injured arm. Steven's pupils shrank.
No, this creature, whatever I'm fighting, right? Every time I tried to pop a heal, it would not go that way. That's literally all I gotta say. That's so gay.
Right.
I do not know how to
stop
this
yelling. Subconsciously, he covered his arm and stepped back several paces. The staff in the academic affairs office were all confused. Tawny looked at Agley. In a surprise, she asked, "Headmaster, what is going on?"
Facts.
Agley frowned and said coldly, "I have one thing to ask you, Miss Bass." He pointed to Aiden and the girls with disgusted faces. "Who are these people? And why are they here?" Tawny explained who Aiden, River, and Amy were. Steven's ears perked up. When he heard that Amy and River were there to enroll, he smirked. Then he went to his mother and whispered a few words in her ear. She frowned, but then gave him a doting look and said in a low voice, "Don't make such a fool of yourself next time." Steven nodded obediently. Then his mother walked up to Agley with a serious face. She said in a righteous tone, "Headmaster Agley, I didn't expect that you would accept such low-brow students in your school. In that case, I will reconsider letting Steven attend." Agley's face changed because he knew that the woman in front of him had great power. If she was not satisfied, she may begin to talk to those in her circles. If she did that, his position would likely be in danger. Therefore, Agley said anxiously, "Clearly you have some issue with these potential students. Please enlighten me." Miss Lindbergh coldly pointed to Aiden. This man committed a crime in the train station yesterday and did this to my son. She grabbed her son's arm, making him wince in pain. The relatives of this kind of problematic man will surely be just as violent and unpredictable. If I let my Stevie go to school with these ruffians, even if I weren't worried, his father most certainly would be. Agley immediately nodded. I see. Miss Lindbergh, you can rest assured that I will do my best to fix this for you. He turned to Aiden and said, I'm sorry, sir. These two girls do not meet the admission criteria of our school. Please find another place. Amy didn't wait for Aiden's reaction to spout off at the headmaster. What are you talking about? Her arms akimbo, she roared at the man until she was red in the face. Your director of academic affairs just said that we were both up to the standard. What kind of establishment is this? Lying to its students like that and rescinding admissions just because some prissy crybaby doesn't like the other students? You said we don't meet the standards, but you can't prove it unless you show us the specific standards we don't meet. Tawny stood behind her desk, pale and ashamed. She was impressed by Amy and River very much. But after all, she was Agley's subordinate. It was not good for her to directly defy her headmaster. No matter what, she had to be silent. Agley had not expected that the little girl in front of him would be so sharp. Finally, he could only say with a dark face, in this school, what I say is the standard. If I say you don't meet the standard, then you don't. You? Amy hadn't expected that the headmaster of such a prestigious school would be so irascible. Her fantastic image of the school collapsed in an instant. Having spoken her mind, she pulled at Aiden's arm. Come on, Aiden. Show this out-of-touch old coot who's the real boss in the city. Get him fired like you always do. Amy's words changed everyone's expressions. Could Aiden get the headmaster fired with a single word? Agley looked at the three's attire. Aiden always wore simple clothes, and River and Amy were not wearing anything special either. Agley gulped down his momentary fear and sneered at Amy. Crazy girl. I am the head of this school, appointed by the city hall. I can't be let go without an order from the city itself. Aiden looked painfully bored. He knew exactly how this was going to play out. Agley, who had no reason to hate or resent the Dale family, must have been under pressure from Miss Lindbergh. Stephen, meanwhile, saw Aiden's silence and thought he had won. He turned to River and Amy. If you're willing to apologize to me and ask me for help, I might let the headmaster accept you again. Then, to River, he added, Lord Song is the best high school in the state. You should think about it. Stephen thought River would give in. However, he saw that the dismay on River's face disappeared. She calmly said, Aiden, since we're clearly not welcome here, let's go somewhere else. I don't believe that there's only one good high school in Parkland City. She looked around, and it was clear her words stung both Agley and Stephen. Then she said coldly, Besides, if such horrible people are in the school like these two, then we wouldn't like it here much anyway. River was introverted, but she had also been brought up by Owen Dale, so her tenacity and pride nearly reached the sky. She thought that there were many good people in the world, but today, she saw the ugliness of human nature, and she could not help but denounce it immediately. In that moment, Aiden recalled her bringing Owen's crutches in the field and going toe-to-toe with Owen, who was maybe the most stubborn man on Earth. Tawny and the other staff members were already so ashamed of themselves that they couldn't make eye contact with River. They were all her elders, but it was the first time they had been put in their place by such a young girl. No one dared to refute her. Agley was frightened the most by the look in her eyes. But as soon as he thought about his future, he suppressed the wisp of conscience inside of him and said to River, Well then, you should go. Stephen was a fool. He hadn't expected that River, who looked soft and weak, would have such a proud character. This was totally different from the results he had imagined. Aiden patted River on the shoulder and said, River, we don't have to go anywhere. We'll just stay here. I'll make sure you get into this school. Don't worry. Hearing this, Agley scoffed. I'd like to see what you can do. Stephen watched Aiden take out his phone, just like he had the day before. His heart trembled and his eyes filled with panic. When Aiden had made a phone call the day before, he had called Lena Larson. Now Aiden was dialing his phone again, possibly to call her in for this as well? The police should not be in charge of this, right? Stephen asked nervously. However, to Steven's surprise, a few minutes after Aiden hung up his phone, a young woman in a camouflage windbreaker stepped into the academic affairs office. Aiden's face was indifferent, but the woman had the kind of fierce spirit that could only be refined in the army. All the people present were afraid of her and did not dare to speak. Agley addressed the woman sternly. "Who are you? How did security let you into the school?" Miss Lindbergh frowned and looked at the woman with suspicion. "I know you. I dare say, are you Ivy Bassett, the personal guard of Governor Masterson?" Hearing this, Agley's face changed. If this woman was really the guard of the governor, and Aiden had her on speed dial, he was certainly doomed. The next second, Agley's worst nightmare indeed manifested. The woman extended her hand to shake. "Yes, hello, I'm Ivy." Agley's face looked quite terrified. She was the governor's protection officer. Who would dare to stop her if she wanted to leave the school gate? Agley took a step ahead nervously.
I'm gonna have to do that in order to heal.
"Corporal Bassett, what can I do for you today?" Ivy did not reply, but instead came right up to Aiden and said with that expression, "Mole told me to tell you that the next time you get into trouble, maybe just try using his name before calling in the cavalry." Aiden smiled and nodded. "Sorry for the trouble." Aiden had originally tried to call Masterson, but he hadn't expected that he would send Ivy right away. Ivy shook her head and said, I just happened to be around. Mo asked me to come by and help you solve your problem." They talked as if no one else were in the room. The onlookers curiously gazed at Aiden and Ivy, realizing that they most definitely knew each other. And after hearing them talking, the group was even more stunned. Aiden had unexpectedly called the governor, and in response, the governor had personally sent someone to help him. After Ivy regarded Aiden with respect, the rest of the room's atmosphere changed toward him as well. They were startled and hesitant to accept that Aiden had a close relationship with the state governor. Miss Bass and the others immediately looked at Agley. Meekly, Miss Bass said, "It seems that we should hear Mr. Dale out." Stephen was staring at Aiden wide-eyed. He hiccuped. Then, he turned to his mother in a panic. "Mom, what do we do?" His mother was trying to push down her shock and rage. "Shut up," she chastised. "You troublemaker. If your father is implicated in this, you will never hear the end of it, I swear." She teetered, having to lean over to stay upright. She half collapsed against the wall and looked at Aiden in horror. Who the hell was this guy? The director of the FBI and the Arkland City Police just obey his orders? Was he a close relative of the governor? As the Lindberghs faltered, Ivy and Aiden exchanged a few words, and then approached Agley together. The sounds of their leather shoes hitting the hardwood was nothing less than the sound of funeral bells to Agley at that moment. He couldn't stop staring at the floor and was short of breath as he watched the pairs of shoes getting closer and closer. "Are you Mr. Agley, the principal of the school?" Ivy asked with a sigh and a roll of her eyes. Agley wiped the sweat from his face and tried to answer. He opened his mouth only to be choked on his own fear. He could only nod his head repeatedly. Ivy took out a certificate from her pocket and flashed it in front of Agley. "I am the head of security for the governor. He asked me to pass on a message to you, that the headmaster is not only the leader of the school, but also the spiritual tutor of all its faculty and students. If the helmsman is called to the rocks by the temptation of the siren song, he will bring down the entire ship with him. Do you want me to repeat that?" No more." Agley nodded his head in agreement. His face turned gray, as if he had aged a few decades in these few seconds. This phrase might have sounded like nonsense to some, but he knew the signal well and how it can affect his career. If only he hadn't accepted Miss Lindbergh's bribes, then he could have avoided this entirely. Ivy's eyes swept the room. Wherever her gaze landed on someone, they dared not to meet it. In the silence, Ivy nodded to Aiden. "I think I'm done here." Then she left the Office of Academic Affairs as quickly as she had come. She was a woman of few words and much action. Amy and River were both starstruck by Ivy's confidence in her command. They stared at her in awe. Amy took out a small book and painted on it. She murmured, "Miss Ivy, you are qualified to compete for number 1. Aiden didn't know he had 2 little fans in her short trip. He was too busy staring down at Stephen. His eyes were full of countless winters, and just meeting them made Stephen shiver. His limbs were stiff, and he realized he couldn't move due to sheer terror. He trembled and asked nervously, "What are you going to do?" Aiden stopped and looked at Steven with rage in his eyes. In the future, if you were even within 100 feet of either of these girls, Aiden pointed to Steven's other arm, and his face flashed fiercely. His meaning was self-evident. I promise to be 500 feet away from them. No, 1,000. You'll never see me again. Steven's whole body was shaking like a rat who had encountered the big cat. He repeatedly assured that he will never show his face to River or Amy again. He held his other arm tightly, for fear that Aiden would disagree with him, or demand some more kind of assurance. Eventually, Steven shrank on the ground, trembling with fear. There was arrogance like there had been before. Having lost his money-made shield, Steven was just an ordinary teenager. People who were supported by money became so vulnerable when they encountered people with real power. A look of disdain flashed in Aiden's eyes as he looked over the trembling teen. He was bored of playing with people who caved at the slightest threat to themselves. He waved at the two girls with the dull face. Let's go, girls. I'll treat you both with dinner at the Ocean Shores restaurant. River and Amy were delighted by this, and happily followed him with the thought of food on their minds. Ocean Shores was operated by Milligan Mole's company, and had the nicest seafood in town. Everyone knew that the seafood sold there was 10 times more expensive than even the restaurants and five-star hotels. The other people in the office wondered how it could be that such ordinary-looking people can go to such high-end places on a whim like that. Taking a glance at their common-looking outfits, people in the office rolled their eyes or scoffed. There was no way those people could really afford a dinner at Ocean Shores. But contrary to those assumptions, that night, under the warm ambience of the Sea King, Aiden and the two girls enjoyed a delicious seafood lunch. And after that day, Aiden received the news that Agley had resigned. He knew that most likely that resignation had been forced upon him by the governor's office. Resignation, in that case, was likely a code word for firing. Late that night, the head of the Arkham City Food Department came back from work exhausted, massaging a sore shoulder as he entered through the door. "I'm home," he called out. There was no response. The house was silent. He looked around the hall and found that his wife and son were huddled on the sofa, afraid to look at him. There was something fishy about it. Olson Bridge, or, if you went by his married name, Olson Lindbergh Bridge, sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and said calmly, "Come on, has my precious son caused any more trouble? I can take care of any problem, you know that." There were some problems he knew he couldn't take care of. The instance at his work in the previous day was one of them. A chill went down his spine as he even thought of the incident. But Olson couldn't help but offer assurance to his family. Deep down, he knew his son was one to cause trouble. As soon as he looked at his wife's face, he knew that Steven was in trouble again. Miss Lindbergh gritted her teeth and spoke slowly and uneasily. "Olson, it seems a little serious this time." Steve quietly took out a ruler. He handed it to his father and said in a trembling voice, "Dad, when you hit me, please be gentle," between sobs. Olson narrowed his eyes, knowing now something was very wrong. A moment later, the whole block heard the roar come from the house. "You provoked the governor?" Steven knelt in front of his father and mother, sobbing and terrified. Miss Lindbergh, knowing that she could not protect her son this time, turned her head and looked away. Sitting on the sofa, Olson frowned as he smoked. After listening to his wife's and son's accounts of the day, he was deep in thought. "You said the young man's name was Aiden?" Both nodded at the same time. However, Olson just laughed. "Well done." Olson excitedly patted his son on the shoulder, leaving him stunned on the spot. Seeing the man's reaction,
Bro, I could have been used this.
Even immediately looked at each other in bewilderment. Has he gone insane? "I was still struggling with how to get close to Aiden, but it seems that your mistake has created a good opportunity for your father, Steven." He stood up and patted his son's head in high spirits. "Go on, go!" "Go where?" Steven asked. "To Aidendale's home." Steven's face turned deathly pale. On the other side, not long after Aiden and the girls had finished eating dinner, the doorbell rang suddenly. River and Amy both were tired. Aiden checked his watch. It was 11 o'clock in the night. Not many people knew Aiden's address, so Aiden was very curious about who had the guts to visit him so late. When he opened the door, it turned out to be an old acquaintance. Aiden was not surprised that Olson Bridge Lindbergh knew his address. After all, he was a high-ranking employee of the city. If he couldn't find out where Aiden lived, it It would be more surprising than suddenly finding him on his doorstep. What brings you here at this hour? Aiden asked doubtfully. Standing at the door, Olsen writhed.
Bro, freaking monkey! That light's on fire!
My son should have known better. I'm sorry that he caused you so much trouble. Aiden was confused. Who is his son? The man said, Lauren, you little beast.
That nigga said, damn, Tez, what the fuck are you fighting?
Aiden followed along his line of sight to see a teenager timidly moving out of the shadows. Under the dim light, his face gradually became clearer. As soon as Aiden recognized him, he scowled.
Why the fuck y'all keep on saying everything I should be saying?
Seen that morning.
Oh!
Aiden sneered. This really is a small world, isn't it? His tone left Steven and his father both with chills. The level of dignity and self-worth Aiden had in his voice paralleled the likes of which Olsen had only heard in high-ranking City Hall employees. He didn't think full confidence was flattering in a young man not much older than his own son. He Aiden a thing or two about respect for elders. Instead, seeing Aiden's displeasure, he smiled apologetically. Everything is my Steven's fault. Please forgive his lack of sensitivity toward the whole ordeal.
Yeah, his butt, basically. It's a little orb. Yeah, I've been aiming at that the whole entire time.
And if you really can't forgive him, I'll turn my back while you use this on him however you see fit.
How you do that?
Hearing this, Steven knelt down on the ground with a frightened face, crying, Dad, no! I promise I know what I did was wrong.
Hold on.
He was out of patience for that day.
Now, what you say? Woo! Well, in my case, it'll be square. How you grab? Okay. What's this nigga doing? Oh my god, I didn't see that! Yeah, bitch. I see. Yeah, bitch. Oh, I'm dead. Maybe not. Thanks, brother. I didn't say you was, nigga. Yeah, shit, I hope you was, nigga. At a point, like goddamn, I need that. Woohoo! It's on his back. Like, bro, you can't tell what this nigga doing. thought it was not in range. Okay, he ain't aiming for me. What's up, nigga? Oh. Like, bruh. Only way to safely dodge this nigga is just literally just get on top of him. And regular dodge sucks. Yeah, I know. I'm just waiting on a stagger point to unleash it because he's too fast, and I've been unleashing it, and I wasn't able to make full use of it. Bro, nigga, nah, I'll be able to counter. What the fuck? He big monkey in this bitch. Already died 3 fucking times. Damn! Bro, you see my HP? Let's fuck that. Yeah, bitch. Stop me. Down. That's all you can say is damn. Me too. What? When they charges, when they charge like an enemy, it blocks an attack and has them staggered. Okay, I guess I'm dead. Move! I'm fighting this nigga by myself. Ain't no squad. Oh! Oh, I might be dead. Get up, nigga! Wake up! Luckily, my pet there to take my death. Nigga! Like, bro, stagger! You just got hit in the head with that boy. At least I'm getting some damage in. That's what you really want to say. Keeping it stylish. Come on. Oh yeah, your legs ain't working. Oh God. Oh God. Cause dang, bro, this nigga, bro. That nigga got the arms that stretches and the fire of hell. Where this nigga go, bro? Actually, nah, fuck that, bro. I need some heals. King Kong ain't got shit on me. Yeah, that nigga just chilling. Yeah, I don't see no heels down there though. Attack retreat, aka run like a bitch. Oh, increases it? Yeah. I got some stuff on the dry rack right now. I'll be getting these too. I guess if they go to sleep though, I haven't seen a sleep monster. Yeah, I don't see that on the screen, but it is a time limit, 60 seconds. Oh, god damn. We weak as hell. I hate the climbing on this game, I'm not gonna lie. Can't climb that much. What the fuck is that? I might just be able to get to, cause his ass is there. That nigga said, "Hold on, what the fuck is that monkey?" Bro, you saw that nigga jump in the air? Yeah. Cause man, bro, you saw that nigga jump in the air and then just came down to a drop kick? Ain't got shit on me. Straight whoop your ass. He about to die though, cause I don't think they heal because it's been quite a minute, and his death icon is still there. Talking about that was hard. Fight this goddamn monkey for me. Oh, that nigga needs to remain in hell. Nah, this King Kong. Yeah, he wasn't been watching no gameplay. This King Kong. Bro, I was ready to call deal when I first started fighting this nigga. I'm not gonna cap. What the? I somehow dodged that. I'll take it. Yeah. You know, blessing in disguise. Oh shit. That nigga had to say something, bro. That nigga had to say something, bro. That nigga said this nigga going crazy. Bro, I just see the most outlandish thing. The Scout, you can get it on PC and I can play with you on there. His monster. Well, it's Wild Hearts. Oh! Yeah. Yeah, I know, but we're getting up there. No, I'm saying if you grab it, we can, so you don't have to like play on Xbox if you don't want to. You can just play on the your computer. Bro, what the? Bro, you saw that? No, that nigga just extended his fucking arm and punched me. I don't know how far back you are, but you will see it. That nigga fucking menace. Ah! Man, King Kong ain't got shit on me. Like, oh, this firebender. I'm gonna have to retitle the video. King Kong ain't got shit on me. Cause God lead, bro. This gotta be him. Give me that. Give me that. Of Avatar. But nigga, finally down. You'll see where I said damn at though. Damn. Yo. And then he broke it. He was like, yeah, no, fuck that. Oh, yeah. That nigga said, let's dance. Cause King Kong ain't got shit on me. I fought that nigga. Yeah. Yes. Style. Yeah, nigga. Doing this at your head. Bitch. God, Lee, bro, nigga. Don't ball at that ass, nigga. That nigga was whooping my. King Kong ain't got shit on that nigga. That nigga made King Kong look like a bitch. Bro, nigga, if I wasn't on my toes, I'd be dead again. And this was my last death. Ooh, this nigga again. I didn't know he had a tail though. That nigga King Kong.
It seems you have an unfortunate death. As a hunter, I see you have run. The fire in your eyes burns stronger now. Fitting that our paths cross.
Yeah, gotta be.
In the sacred land of the ancient hunters. Trails of their aspirations.
I feel like this the Monkey King, but you see how I made my character like smirking and everything?
Once it was so that hunters were born here, raised here, and would die. Especially with the Lindbergh Bridge family.
Oh yeah, you Monkey King for real. That nigga didn't need no fruit. That nigga had his hands only. The monkey, no punky fruit. Nigga, he ate all them bitches. Bro, nigga, cause I was playing carefully that whole entire game. That nigga over here jumping around everywhere.
What few hunters survived dispersed northward or westward, taking with them what little knowledge
Hey, no, boy. I'm like, what is he doing now? Cause I don't know his attack patterns or nothing. All I see is a fist come to my face.
all that was left behind now.
Bro, remember you saw I jumped up in the air, tried to hit that nigga with another attack. He bagged up and then drop kicked me. He said, "You ain't with the sauce." Nigga, bro, how Great Swords users play, godly. I'm not gonna lie, cause the Great Sword do a lot of damage, but man.
Sorry to keep you. Your successful defeat of the kimono means we can proceed with the... Oh. What's wrong? Are you sure? You look like... Anyway, never mind. You remember we discussed how you're able to conjure and command Karakuri anywhere you like? Well, the reason for that is intimately tied to a form of energy known as celestial thread. Think about when you create Karakuri out of nothing. Tendril-like phenomena appear.
She's like a scientist.
It's the motive force behind all Karakuri.
I know.
If there isn't enough of it, Karakuri can't operate. The larger and more complex the Karakuri, the more celestial thread is required to power. You've probably noticed already as you've been walking around that these ruins appear to be some kind of giant Karakuri. We can only imagine that at one time it was functioning as intended until, for some reason, the celestial thread had dried up and it ground to a halt. For some reason. Due to stagnation of ki in the ground, perhaps? Precisely. Ki and celestial thread are essentially the same thing. The key here is not flowing. Fix that, and these ruins should come alive. Legend tells that this place is actually an elaborate machine used to divert celestial thread to another location. And I'm sure by now you can deduce what location that is.
Your mom.
Our very own Minato. Which means that if we're successful here, all the karakuri that have been gathering dust in Minato until now should suddenly spring to life.
I was starting to think I'd never see them working again. It's been so long.
What we're trying to achieve here is crucial.
I love how even the hair moving, even though every time they move.
And we have no way to defend ourselves. Sooner or later, we'll be forced to abandon Minato. So after many long discussions among the elders, they decided we should work towards restoring the town's karakuri to give us the means to fight back. Which is why you have to use your skills to
Nah, this is Monster Hunter. It's just like more in terms of better graphics and like actual shit. You feel me? This is the future.
Oh, Minato's karakuri working again. I just can't imagine.
It's exciting, isn't it?
I have memories from our early childhood when they were still working.
Okay. Ah, yeah, my God!
Look at the celestial thread weaving its way. Oh, this I have to study.
So we did it!
Yes, we did! A great success.
We didn't do nothing.
You played your part.
We just opened the way.
Thank you so much. Now, let us hurry back to Minato and see the transformation.
Yes. I can't wait to see what's happening around town. Let's go!
Ooh. Right, bro. Like, oh shit, here we go again. Nigga, King Kong? That ain't gonna shit on me. That nigga ate the fuck you up fruit.
Everything is working again. It's like life has been restored to the whole town. Every company is working again. The doors were moving. This I have to see.
Well, not so happy. To be honest, there are dozens of things I'd like to experiment with too. And if you wouldn't mind, I'll be needing your help with many of them. Isn't this something? I expect you're dying to look around.
Thanks.
I know I am. Just think of the dust flying off all those old karakuri.
Right, bro, the nigga, I watched Game Race, he was like, bro, because it's these people. So I was not expecting this good of a game. He said, nigga, I came in here with terrible hopes. Nigga.
You couldn't come with me for a minute, could you? There's a little thing you might be able to help you with.
Nobody minds waiting. A lot of people like to have their game cooked up in the oven some more.
Some materials? I was thinking maybe you could gather them up.
I didn't ask for any help. Why are you sticking your nose in?
Come on. Stop being so stubborn. You were grumbling before about not being able to carry on with your work.
I'm not gonna lie, little homie right there look like he ready to drop something. Just give that nigga a katana.
Do I warned?
You've got solid offer purpose. You've been that application. Where's that list you showed me before of everything you need? Just give it to the hunter. Great. when you found everything, just give it straight to me. I thought
What that nigga need?
Talk about a surprise.
Already got what that nigga need.
Can you make all the concrete work again? All the right materials in the right quantities? Didn't think it come
Oh,
from
shit, what did you do in the Monster Hunter game?
Yeah.
That's great.
Facts though, I can't lie about that.
Push on with your work.
When you run into a new monster, nigga, what do? You gonna instantly kill it? You don't know that nigga attack combos or nothing.
But it never hurts to say thanks.
Look, we're the ones who asked for the help in the first place. I just want to say, stop being so weird.
Oi, wait a minute. He's always been like that though. But he's been
Monster Hunter World.
Of course, that's
Yeah, Rise for sure, nigga, cause they got no type of people on there. Nigga, how did we stop the Elder Dragons? That's what I want to know. I keep on thinking X is the talk button.
I just can't stop watching.
It's so fascinating.
Bro, nigga, some of y'all said, like, just saying that fast, bro. Oh, some of y'all said.
I'll be much more used to you now. To everyone in that fact. The times I've tried and failed to get all the things in this forge working again. Most of this equipment has been gathering dust. But now, it's had a new lease on life. Right again, like the old days.
I can only do that for my PlayStation, bro.
I honestly don't know how to express my gratitude. Nothing I can say would be enough. Just arigato. Thank you
Arigato.
so much. Now that it's all working again, I'm eager to gather the materials I need to make these little ones of mine really shine. And it's got me thinking. There's this old hunter's camp.
Who, me?
To the north of the Blossom Tree. I've visited a few times when I've been out.
Nah.
But since no one's been using it,
Good nigga said, what the fuck are you, a demon? One of the eyes means yin, one of the eyes means yang in a sense. One of the eyes stands for destruction, and one of the eyes stands for peace. Mm-hmm.
all right, let's see what I can do.
Facts though. Can I make a new weapon? Fuck! I don't have the new weapons yet. What's up? Broke weapon as in broken? Yeah. You talking about that rocket launcher you was telling us about, right?
Grand Overture, the heavy machine gun, but it had rocket launcher.
Yeah. I'm not about to use the great sword no more. Like, I understand, like, it's not a bad weapon, but it's too slow. Like, nigga, on Rise, nigga, I could at least like hit the great sword and have a fun time with it. On here, I'd rather just kill myself. Rather fucking kill myself, bruh. I just rather kill myself than deal with that bullshit. You've been fighting the boar, right? You haven't fought the bear? I mean, the boar? That nigga was annoying. He easy now, but shoot. You don't know what he gonna do. All you saw was Tim tell you you bitch made. He said, you a bitch. You can cut off tails in this game? What the hell? Oh yeah, I haven't been doing that shit. I tried for a little bit, but it didn't look like I cut the bitch off, so. Oh my god, that nigga is annoying. Oh yeah, I broke the tails in terms of it turned red like one time. Okay. Okay, so what the fuck is that? Yeah, I hate you. Oh, yeah. So he's on. I hate this nigga. I did not have a fun time fighting him. Man. You need to, cause if you get hit with that lava stuff, bro, you can't even dodge. Like, bro, how am I supposed to get it off of me? If you don't want to deal with it, just do that. I'm glad. Oh, you talking about sharpening it? Yeah. It was tedious, but honestly, it was like knowing that you had an actual weapon, because you need to sharpen your blade, and your blade will get dull the more you use it. That bird is annoying. Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, you seconds behind, nigga. And I mean seconds behind. I'm in the water running. Sure. Hey, as long as the quality's coming through good. Oh! What are you about to do? Bitch. Oh yeah, okay. You got your reads. I can't even like latch on to that one though. I mean this guy. Yeah, I can't lock on to this dude, like get onto this guy. Nah, I can't even like get onto him. But he does do that too much. I already did. Well, I thought I did. Shoot, I got the little thing, like slow-mo type thing. Oh, okay. So I probably did. I just thought I did. Or magma, whatever the fuck it is. It depends on which monsters you're talking about. This, if we talking about monkey versus monkey, I gotta give it to this monkey, because Rajim is strong, but that nigga, like unless he's not in terms of big terms of strength, and he uses his agility too much. Then Rajim got it, because Rajim don't care about nothing. He'll fight anything. I cannot dodge that! Probably could have left it there, but shit. Oh, these niggas have turf wars too. Okay, nigga. Okay, chill out. Yeah, bitch. Me, yeah. Like, bro, how do you get this stuff off of you when it's on? You gotta walk. You gotta wait. You can't. Every time I try to roll, I do this little stumble. I have to walk it off every time. Give me your energy. Trying to. We ain't gonna say hi then, though. We just gonna suck it. You bitch. That nigga get on my nerves. Sometimes you gotta just hypnotize me. Keeping it stylish. This will be my final get some attention. I got the defend talisman. Oh wait, you talking about how I do the hammer thing? I do this. Oh, I don't know. That bit did not come off.
But Olsen was a high-ranking official, and he was humbling himself a lot by apologizing for his son.
No, it is. Well, you're not in the actual hunt.
You can step. We should aim for the highlands to the north, just beyond the second gate.
Highlands to the north. Oh, what a... It is long as fuck. Oh yeah, you haven't seen the other one that's bullshit. It's a level 2, but nigga, on everything. Let's you figure out that nigga movements first. Bullshit. Ooh. She's teleporting. Has to be. What the fuck? Oh hell no. Okay, now turn around and oh no. Bro, dude, she just teleported to you. You're not looking at her. Nah, she follows you when you do a certain mission. Shoot, she ain't useful. I really just wanted to see what the fuck was up here. So, mission failed. Oh yeah, I've been up here. Been up there for sure. Let me go ahead and get up out of here. Kaz, you saw it? No. You'll see it. I paused. I ain't ready to fight that nigga again. Call that nigga Dylan. Call that nigga Dylan real quick. Hey, yo, Dylan! Need your help with a monkey. Need your help with a monkey, Dale. A monkey? Nigga, I need your help with that nigga. King Kong ain't got a shit on me. Nigga should be a fucking elder. I'm about to walk somebody's ass. Okay. As long as there's a way to increase the HP, that's cool. Okay, what the in a whole circle. She said, "Can you be my Valentine?" Yeah. She said, "Let's not be sick." What here should do? There you go. All the area, stuff like that. Like I said, they'll give me the head every day. What the hell? Nigga, not on my Xbox.
Here we are then. Let's get to work.
Okay.
Let me know when you're finished over there.
So long. What did this do again? coming
together nicely, I think. Temporary break, maybe?
Alright then, let's... Just tell me whenever you want to stop. The camp's coming together nicely, I think. Okay. You came to Minato from the west, didn't you? Along the mountain path. That means you must have walked right around the foot of the secret mountain. Isn't it a very difficult path? Hardly anyone uses it, and I'm sure no one maintains it. It was a secret place for the hunters of old, much like the Spirit Isle, I think. But I've never heard of any settlements or tracks that way. I suppose the weather is too inhospitable. Sometimes you see clouds of Kojo fluttering around the mountainsides, though. It is pretty, but creepy in a way, too. They're called eternity ringlets. That particular type of Kojo. I suppose because they gather by the injured and dead. In the old days, some people even thought that humans and kimono turned into Kojo when they died. Anyway, ready to get back to work? Let's leave it there for today, shall we? Another one? They're getting very frequently.
What the fuck is that? What is that? Look it. No, it's yeah, you can technically say that. Yeah. That nigga went back to sleep. Yes. That's some TNT on that nigga. Now, Zor Magdaros versus that nigga, I feel like Zor would win because he has a power of a star, if I remember correctly. And he's the size of a whole island.
Interesting. It was like a moving mountain. Honestly, I've never seen such a huge and terrifying thing. It reminds me of something I read in the books from centuries ago.
A giant
water
ripped across the land.
Castle, the town, the people, all were swallowed in rock. If this is the same creature, it would explain.
Bro, really is. King Kong ain't got on me.
Even the strange behavior of this.
Bro, really is. King Kong ain't got
strange.
All my life I've been with I had no idea such a kimono lived so close.
Well, kimono only stray outside of their territory in exceptional circumstances, and they rarely show themselves to us. Remember, all kimono, no matter how big or small, are sustained by the same energy, celestial thread. And since celestial thread is ubiquitous, they have no need to wander in search of it.
But then, why has this kimono... could it be because there's no thread left in its territory, perhaps?
Yes, that's my hypothesis too. I believe our giant is hungry, due to some great change in the flow of thread in its environment. Now, we recently flooded our town with celestial thread by restoring the karakuri on the Spirit Isle. So, unfortunately, we've made Minato look rather appetizing.
But that's terrible. That means this kemono is going to expand its territory this way and swallow us up.
I wish I could fault your logic, and I'm afraid we can't reverse what we've done. I had a nagging feeling that something might go wrong, but not this wrong. If only I had investigated the possible outcomes more thoroughly.
No one's to blame. None of us could have anticipated this. We didn't know anything. Wait. Didn't you say you'd encountered this bear once before? Heading from the sacred mountain towards Minato?
Oh. So that means it comes from a habitat to the north. And you're saying it was on the move even before our work at the ruins? But no, we don't have time to be pondering the cause. We must decide how to act, and quickly. Are you serious? I realize your hunting skills are exceptional, but no single person could dispatch a beast, even if everyone in town pulled together. The best we could hope to do is give it a nasty surprise to begin with. No, come on, Suzuna. You owe it to Minato to fix this. Going along the Harugasumi Way, its enormous bulk will mean it has to descend into the river. If we can position Karakuri along the bluff, we might be able to defeat it before it hits the town. I think that's the only workable strategy at this point. I'll talk to the elders about preparing the necessary Karakuri. What I need you to do is buy us some time. Without a chance to prepare, I'm afraid we're doomed.
I wonder if I could... Sorry, I need to go and test something. Meet me later at the forge.
It's going to take all we've got to overcome this threat. The town needs your help now more than ever. Believe me, I'm doing everything I can think of. It's all going to come down to a good...
Good. Sorry to run off in the middle of a conversation like that, but I had an idea that couldn't wait. I'll come straight to the point. I need some kemono materials, and I need them fast. I started playing around with some new innovations after all the karakuri came back to life, you see. And I think I might have come up with a weapon we can use to fight that giant kemono. It's clearly a rock kemono of some kind, isn't it? Did you notice how its body was covered in deep crevices? And how kocho were fluttering around those parts? In the same sort of way that they swarm over the corpses of kemono, or their wounds. Well, if those crevices are wounds too, they could be weak points. And with my new weapon, we could target them from the ground. Which is why I'm basically after a large quantity of iron sand. More than we have time to dig out of the ground, though. But I've remembered that Nobu mentioned a rumor about a kemono that scatters iron. I am sorry to be asking yet another favor.
If we can't live in Minato anymore, where do we go? I don't have anywhere else.
of this earth-breaking bear that threatens Minato. The wise walk, the long path to avoid danger. But Togahime has asked for my help personally. So I intend to provide all the gunpowder I can find in my stock. Though how effective it will prove, I cannot say. There's an old saying, when all weapons are gone, our bare hands remain. Remember that. And whatever happens, I wish you fortitude. The gunpowder I supplied is enough. Dear Hunter, have you heard the unfortunate news? Of the corpse found along the Blossom Trail. They have identified the poor soul at last. A fine young farming fellow. Such a waste. It was a customer of mine who happened upon the tragedy on his way to Minato via the Harvest Canyon. And now he comes under suspicion. There is no doubt in my mind that this is the work of Kemono. Yet not all appear to agree.
Because it's hogwash. Dansuke wasn't killed by any Kemono.
Welcome back. Is my account really so hard to believe?
It makes no sense. Dansuke had some of the fastest legs in town. There's no way he would have let a Kemono get him. Besides, I happen to know he got into a fight with someone from your store the day before he disappeared. If you ask me, you lot did him in, and then tried to make it look like the work of a Kemono. No, but Kogyoku isn't one of us. She and her Crimson Treasury patrons can't be trusted.
You see what dreadful ill will befalls me? Could you possibly investigate the matter? A hunter's eye is what we need to see if this really was the work of Kemono or not. Or so say the skeptical few.
Waste of time. I'm sure these snakes will have covered their tracks. But go on. Be my guest.
I leave it in your ever-capable hands.
Is it a kill?
You've got the whole
Or a
long.
mountain?
Should be able to get the weapon together. Personal pride.
I'm going to make the greatest weapon you've ever seen in the shortest time imaginable. Blacksmith's honor. I really don't know how effective my weapons will be against that huge creature. Even the largest of Kemono must... Protecting Minato means every... I'll do whatever I really don't know how effective my weapons will be against that huge creature.
All right. How are your preparations
last time
going?
I was this busy. But at least we're more or less ready now. The karakuri are being installed as we speak. Along the route I've predicted the Kuninarashi will take, following the old Blossom Trail. It's somewhat hobbled together by people working outside their areas of expertise, but it's the best we can manage. I've had to work
Treasury
their
has
own
supplied an
ignorance is
assortment
a
of
forbidding
as they
items
say.
too. But everything should
I'm
be in
also
place
just
the next time
accepted
the giant
graciously and
avoid
avoid
asking
asking
too many
questions.
questions, to be honest. I know the wretched creature is only searching for sustenance, but we have to protect our own interests and lives. This is a battle we cannot afford to lose. That's why we've pulled out all the stops. But now, it all falls to you. I'm delighted to hear you sounding so confident. Perhaps the new weapon Natsume has developed has something to do with that. Still, anything could happen out there. Make sure you have all the right equipment in full working order. Oh, and Togahime wanted to speak with you. I suggest you show your face before we're plunged into battle.
Your efforts put me to shame. They will be laughing at me now, in what should have been my family home, delighting in their decision to This represents every step you have taken on your hunting journey in this realm. There is so painfully little I can... I see the citizens ready for the battle ahead. Every effort for our town. Yet you are charged with the most onerous task. In that case, may I take a moment of your time? There's something I would like to explain before you head into battle. I have been seeking assistance for Minato. But every clan is embroiled in the wars, raging to the west. All have refused me outright. Even my own eyes, clan it is no support. Good only for its inevitable destruction the head of the clan. My fate they hope I have the slightest interest in Minato will share. Forgive me. None of that is your concern. I am powerless to do anything, but circulate through the town and offer encouragement to the citizens. To my shame, I do not even have a sword. So I have no choice but to implore your strength, an outsider, to shoulder the burden of Minato's destiny. Please lend us your strength.
It's on the move.
Well, the cannon is ready for action. I just hope it holds out. It's never seen a battle like this before. I wish that Kemono would leave us alone. But it's too late for wishes now. Good luck.
This is it! Yosh! Clear the decks! Buy us the time we need. I know you can do it. scouting. Might come in useful.
Must be the giant bear cannibal. The old Blossom Trail is being completely flooded with celestial thread. That means we should be able to make use of more karakuri than usual. Finally, something we can turn to our advantage.
work! Muzzy! Run! Take cover!
What an extraordinary beast!
We're out of options. Hmm? You're not serious.
All the catapults are wrecked. We've had it.
If it reaches us, we're finished. You have to slay the thing before that happens. It's all on you, Chief.
You're
Is it?
Did we win? Oh. Oi! Oi! Everyone! We won! We won!
Yes! Alright!
Yes! Now please let that be the end of it.
Perhaps I underestimated you.
I'm so relieved you made it back safely after a battle like that. Ujishige-san told me what you did. Defeating that giant kemono on your own, when all the defenses we'd prepared were spent. Togahime has asked to see you. She didn't say why. I imagine she'd like a report on the successful defeat of the kemono. I'll be at the forge if you need me. I have a cannon to repair.
This sake will be languishing in its last wasn't for your
I shall
efforts.
be forever in your service. You have
Here's
promised
to
to
you,
reward your
Chief.
efforts somehow. I dare not imagine what might have come to pass were it not for you. I am afforded no influence over matters here in Minato at all. What can I possibly do? Ah, of course! Ichi!
You called, Hime-sama?
The Festival of Returns of which you once spoke. Is now not the time for Minato to celebrate again? When Great Kimono would pass, the town would come together to honor the beast and release its spirit. Would they not?
Indeed, Hime-sama. An excellent idea, I'm sure. Allow me to discuss the matter with the elders. I believe they may favor the suggestion, especially since the revival of the Karakuri has stimulated such an interest in the ways of old.
Good. I have made a very fine proposal, I think. And should it come to pass, I wish you much fun and excitement. Arigato. That will be all. We will make all the necessary arrangements for the festivities. I am sure you ought to rest.
At that time, the supply of celestial thread from the Spirit Isle was more than 100 years ago. So it must be even longer since the festival has taken place properly.
Okay, I'm not hitting anything and it's just skipping, so I'm sorry for that.
intend to, shortly. I was just doing some research on the Kuninarashi. It seems
It must
that
have covered
Earthbreaker
quite
had
some
been
ground,
dormant for a good
passing the
10
sacred
years
mountain
in a region
and
north
continuing
of here.
southeast along the Blossom.
I suppose
only
it failed to
presume
find
the
suitable
arduous
feeding
journey
ground.
took its toll,
There was a
resulting
terrible
in
war
those
here
fissures the
in this
Kocho
region
were
about
swarming
15 years
over.
ago. And finally,
Great
the
forests
great beasts
burned,
succumbed to
and
human
there was
hunters.
a mass territorial expansion as many Kemono sought new habitats,
which is what drove humans out. If the changing flow of celestial thread is going to result in renewed Kemono unrest across the entire region, then, well, I'll continue my research, and you continue to exercise caution when you're out hunting. Ah, Natsume was looking for you.
Over here.
To enjoy the ride of return to Horizon when you'll want to head over together for the ceremony. This way. Fire liberates the soul. The beast's spirit will return to the heavens and rest until it's reborn in a new body. It's one of Minato's oldest rites.
It's a load of old hokum. Forget the next life. There's enough to worry about in this one. Isn't that right, Chief? Oh. is that?
The bird of auspice. It's flying so close. It can only be a good omen for our town. Minato will prosper like it once did. Even more, perhaps.
Forgive me for intruding. Are you awake? There is a matter of some urgency I must discuss with you.